sensitive ass that just came out of this little, I don't know where they come from, but niggas be getting wild emotional. Niggas be turning into big super police. Just be trying to have fun.
Busta Rhymes is heated right now. And word on the street is, he's allegedly threatening 50 Cent over some wild footage that's about to pop up in 50's new Diddy documentary. And trust, this ain't just gossip. Folks close to the situation are saying this video could seriously shake the table. Now, we already know 50's been stacking receipts on Diddy and those infamous FO parties for years. But what's got Busta sweating? Sources claim there's actual footage of him right in the middle of the madness, side by side with Diddy. And it's not a good look at all. But that's not even the craziest part. Just a few months back, Busta's ex-bodyguard, big homie CC, popped out with some explosive claims. He said Busta's been into certain scenes for a long time, and according to him, the club scene been knew what time it was. Promoters would line up young dudes to keep Busta entertained in VIP whenever he rolled through, big homie CC claimed. And now, it's looking like 50's got the footage to back that all the way up. Insiders are whispering that there's a specific party video, allegedly showing Busta and Diddy involved in a full-on wild session with several men who are rumored to be adult workers Diddy supposedly hired. That clip alone could have people looking at Busta real different.
Busta, I got to ask you, there has been so much going on in the music industry pertaining to Diddy. How closely are you paying attention to his case, the allegations?
I don't pay attention to none of it. I just kind of like to pay attention to the truth.
But it doesn't stop there. Multiple men have now come forward, claiming Busta allegedly made unwanted moves on them in the past. They're saying every time they ran into him, he was always pushing them to party Diddy style, whatever that means. The stories are stacking up fast, and they're not looking good. With 50 Cent behind the camera and Netflix lined up to stream it, Busta's threats might just be empty noise at this point. This doc is moving forward, and if the rumors are true, things are about to get messy. If anything, Busta might have just locked himself into a bigger role in 50 Cent's new film, without even trying. So now people are asking, what's really going on behind the scenes? Why is Busta suddenly losing it? And what exactly does 50 have on him that's got him spiraling like this? Let's unpack it.
Seen you talking about Busta Rhymes before.
Oh, yeah.
In some of your videos.
Oh, yeah. Super zest monster. For sure, bro. That's my thing, bro. Like, this been common knowledge, though. Like, all my promoter homies would always say, you know, we gotta bring some, we gotta bring some, what they call them, I'm not gonna say it on there. They call them, fun boys. They'll say, we gotta have some fun boys in the section for Busta. Cause, you know, I bodyguarded for Ghostface Killah before, you feel me? And being around him, you hear things, you feel me? I'm like, damn. And my auntie like the biggest Busta Rhymes fan, you feel me? Like, every cookout she playing it, all his little fast rapping, all of that, him and Craig Mack.
With all this mess and crazy accusations swirling around Busta Rhymes lately, it was only a matter of time before 50 jumped into the mix. And of course, he didn't keep quiet. Right before they hit the stage together at the Humor and Harmony Comedy Fest, 50 was already throwing shade Busta's way. Real slick. He cracked a joke about Busta possibly showing up in that infamous bright yellow leather outfit from the 1999 MTV VMAs. You know the one? 50 even posted a pic of Busta in it and said, Busta cannot wear this to Humor and Harmony. Busta, I don't care who made the outfit. You gotta come with some fly-ish to Shreveport. LOL. Then Busta fired back quick. He clowned 50 by posting an AI-generated photo of him with the caption, I keep telling y'all, the blessings don't stop, so we ain't never gonna stop. I thought it was Father's Day, 50 Cent. And you out here looking like this? Don't let me find out this how you be in the mirror preparing your look for Shreveport. At the time, it looked like they were just joking. Light trolling between old friends. But now, it's starting to feel like 50 wasn't playing at all. People close to the situation are saying he's got actual footage of Busta and Diddy doing things that could seriously change how folks see them. But before we dive into that clip, we gotta rewind and talk about those wild VIP rumors. If you missed it, Busta's former bodyguard, Big Homie CC, went on the Art of Dialogue and didn't hold back. He flat out called Busta a super zest monster and claimed he's been acting real strange around certain dudes for years. Big Homie said what happened in the VIP sections wasn't no secret to the club scene. People knew.
Bro, on my soul, I'm out with a group of people. At this time, I was with Don Benjamin. You familiar with him?
No, I never heard of him.
Model dude, like a model guy. He be doing like some rapping and stuff. His name Don Benjamin. I'm out with Don Benjamin. And the club we ended up going to, Busta Rhymes in there. So it was a little lawyer guy that was with us. And the little lawyer guy we was with, you know, he was a gay dude, super cool, feel me, good guy. Bro, Busta Rhymes wanted him in his section so bad. Like, what? Pulled him to the section, like through the rope, and tucked him off in the corner. So I'm looking like, well, he ain't come with us. But I know he was in the little group. So if I go out with somebody, like a group of people, I try to make sure everybody get there together and leave together. No, he stayed with them. He stayed in there with them, bro. For sure, bro. You ain't never heard about this before, have you? Well, this common knowledge, bro. Like, if you in the mix, oh. If you in the mix, like I've been in the mix, you know that.
And now, it's looking like those whispers might have had receipts all along. According to Big Homie CC, this whole situation with Busta Rhymes ain't even surprising to folks in the industry. It's been one of those unspoken secrets for years, especially among club promoters. Allegedly, every time Busta got booked for a party, the promoters already knew the assignment. His VIP section had to come fully loaded with the right kind of entertainment. Big Homie even spilled about one crazy night involving actor-model Don Benjamin and one of Don's close friends, a gay man. And according to him, the second Busta laid eyes on this dude, it was on. Big Homie said Busta didn't waste a single second. He grabbed the guy and pulled him straight into VIP like he was picking out a prize. And here's the wild part. Busta allegedly wouldn't even let the man leave. Big Homie claimed Busta was glued to this guy the entire night, making sure he stayed right next to him. And get this, it wasn't some one-time thing. Big Homie said this was Busta's usual move. Promoters knew the deal already. Once Busta showed up, they had to gather the finest men they could find, or else it was gonna be a problem. Big Homie even said Busta was all up on that guy, calling him cute all night long and making sure nobody got in the way. Once he had that man locked into the VIP, it was a wrap. No exit, no space, just Busta all in. But here's where things get even crazier. According to Big Homie, people in the industry been knowing about Busta's alleged preferences for over a decade. So when someone asked him why nobody ever spoke up, his answer was straight up cold. Everybody wants to be in that VIP section with Busta. And just when you think that was the peak, Big Homie hit folks with another bombshell that barely got the attention it deserved. Big Homie CC didn't stop with the VIP stories. He went even deeper and brought up Busta's alleged history of putting hands on women. But this time, he hinted there might be a bigger reason behind it. According to Big Homie, like a lot of men who live double lives, Busta might be dealing with some deep resentment toward women.
I hear somebody say, oh, he's cute, I want him. So when I heard that, I turned around like, man, did he just say that? Man, you got all this jewelry to attract some men in here? You wild. Shocked me. But sure enough.
And that was the guy that Busta Rhymes pulled back?
He pulled him into the section. Pulled him into the section, and then they walled him off like this man. I'm like, damn. And that little dude was so happy, he couldn't believe that. He was.
And that anger could be spilling out in ugly ways. Now, if you think this is just one bitter ex-bodyguard trying to stir up drama for clout, think again. There's been a whole lineup of men stepping forward with their own Busta encounters, and some of these stories are wild. Let's go back to 2020. Social media personality Trip Ali hit YouTube and dropped his own experience with Busta in NYC. Trip said he was just heading out to a Halloween party, Regular night, dressed up, and ready to have fun. But then Busta allegedly pulled up and invited him personally to slide through VIP. At first, Trip thought it was just a normal club vibe. Some celebrity hospitality, no big deal. But things took a sharp left real quick. Trip ended up getting into a heated argument with one of his close friends who definitely wasn't feeling the idea of going to Busta's party. The fight got so serious, it turned into a full-blown physical altercation right there in the middle of New York City. Trip said the whole thing shook him up so bad, he canceled his club plans on the spot. On top of that, his friend just dipped and left him stranded. But looking back, Trip said that might have been a blessing in disguise. Because now, with everything coming out, he's not so sure what kind of scene he was about to walk into in Busta's VIP. The way these stories keep piling up, it's painting a picture that's hard to ignore. Fast forward to 2021, and once again the streets were buzzing. Folks saying Busta was back outside, allegedly trying to holler at men on the low. But what really had people talking was the claim that paparazzi caught him slipping, supposedly leaving a gay pride event with a trans woman. That move right there had social media on fire. And just when things were starting to settle, Orlando Brown popped back up and sent the internet spiraling again. In one of his latest wild rants, he claimed he didn't just mess around with Diddy, but said he was with Busta too, along with a whole crew of industry dudes.
How long has it been like this known about Busta Rhymes?
Well, I knew about this like in 2012. I knew about this in 2012.
How can we think nobody else speaks up on it or says anything?
Because, bro, these people admire these people so much. They want to make sure they in the section, they at the club, they at the video shoot, they can get backstage. That matters most to them. That matters so much to people. It's crazy, like. But if you notice, like, there's countless videos of Busta Rhymes getting mad at females for just being girls. This girl touched him one time, he'd go crazy, throw a drink on her and everything. See what I'm saying? Like, what? Why you getting mad at females? You go to these guys, they in the club, go to their section. It's all men in the section. That ain't weird to nobody. I'm going to the bar, sorry. Text me if it get dangerous. But there's all this club security in here, like nothing's finna happen. Nobody wanna kill you guys, bro. Like, when I get jobs from people who really got a threat on their life, I move way different. But man, you ask, bro, anybody that's in the mix, bro, like you know, bro, most of these dudes, bro, putting on a major act. They don't wanna be themselves.
It's crazy.
They'll get mad at you for buying bottles of champagne to get a girl. They'll get mad, oh, we don't want these bottle rats in our section. What are we here for? Why are y'all here then? What are y'all here for? Just because y'all got booked to be here, okay, but sometimes they not booked. They just in there. So and what they looking for, it ain't gonna be what you thinking of, oh God.
Made love with? That's how he said it. Now sure, most folks usually brush off Orlando when he starts saying outrageous stuff. But let's be real. If you've watched any of his more recent interviews, he's been coming off way more focused and way less chaotic. And honestly, some of what he's saying is starting to sound a little too specific to ignore. Now, Busta possibly being on the DL is one thing, but what really needs some attention is the fact that, just like Diddy, Busta's also been known to get physical over the pettiest drama. His rap sheet goes all the way back to 2006 when prosecutors tried to hit him with a weapons charge over a run-in with some random bystander. And get this, according to Billboard, they claimed Busta had an actual machete stashed in his car. Like, who even rides around with that? Then in 2007, boom, more legal problems. This time, Busta got arrested again for allegedly putting hands on his former driver during an argument over money. He ended up pleading guilty to both cases and got slapped with 3 years of probation. But that wasn't the end of the chaos, not even close. The mess just kept following him, and the deeper folks dig, the more layers start peeling back. Back in 2009, the New York Post dropped a bomb. exposing that Busta had to fork over $75,000 to a fan after a club incident got way out of hand. According to the fan, all he did was try to leave Busta's show early, and it turned into a whole situation. The guy said he came out to see Fabulous perform, but when Fab never hit the stage, he stood up and started heading for the exit while Busta was still performing. That's when Busta allegedly lost it.
New York City, you know, going to a club. It was Halloween weekend, you know, everybody was out. And it was this party we was going to, me, my boy, and his friend that had came in from Detroit. Friend that had came in from Detroit. And I'm walking across the street and Busta Rhymes just grabbed my hand. And he holding my hand. Now I ain't know it was Busta at first. You know, Busta Rhymes tall. I'm sure I came up to about right here. So the first thing I noticed was this big flip mode chain that was blinding me. So I look at the chain and I'm like, and I look up, I'm like, oh, what's up, Busta? What's up? Now he holding my hand the whole time. I'm like, what's up, man? He like, what you doing? And I was like, oh, me and my people, we about to go to this club around the corner. What's up, man? You know, and then I noticed throughout my peripheral vision, the side eye, this big bodyguard in black. Just standing there, you know, looking around, you know, looked at me, you know, still looking around. Meanwhile, Busta still got my hand in his hand.
The fan claimed Busta yelled, "Get down! I'm not good enough for you!" Then, Busta allegedly chucked 2 water bottles at him and even told his bodyguard to punch the dude in the face. Over leaving early? Wild. With Busta's history of flying off the handle, it's no surprise he's been tight with Diddy since way back in the 90s. Besides their shared tempers, rumors say they've got something else in common. A questionable attraction to much younger men. And honestly, the way Busta's been handling the Diddy scandal has been raising eyebrows left and right. When those first allegations against Diddy started bubbling up, Busta was quick to hop online and tell fans to reserve opinions. Now pause. Why would you even feel the need to say that? Unless you're trying to protect someone? That kind of comment hits different when folks are talking about serious accusations like abuse, power games, and multiple alleged victims. Some reportedly being very young. Saying mind your business in a moment like that? Not a good look at all. Now fast forward, Diddy's entire world is crashing down. Federal raids, major lawsuits, and now an official indictment. And suddenly, Busta is acting like he barely even knows the man. No more defending, no more let's wait and see, just silence. Like he's hoping this all passes by without touching it. Let's keep it real. Busta might be dodging questions now, but with all this heat building up, he won't be able to play dumb for long, especially since the streets are saying 50 Cent's got way more to drop. This upcoming Diddy documentary, it's about to shake the whole industry. And yes, Busta Rhymes' name is allegedly on that list. If there's one thing everybody knows about 50 Cent, it's that he's got the memory of an elephant. He never forgets who said what or who did what, especially when it comes to Diddy. From the beginning, 50 made it clear he wasn't messing around with those infamous Diddy parties. He saw the red flags early and made sure to keep his distance. While everybody else was out there popping bottles and turning up behind the scenes, 50 was watching, silently clocking who was showing up, who was saying yes to those shady invites, and who was getting too comfortable in that VIP.
He says, you know, I'm about to go in this club. You know, we got a section. You know, you can come in with me if you want. And I'm like, word, for real? Like, that's what's up. Like, he was like, yeah. I was like, well, I gotta, you know, tell my people. I was like, I come in, you know what I'm saying? He was like, okay, just let me know, you know, tell them that you coming in there to meet with me and come on up. And I was like, bet. So, of course, I'm excited. You know what I'm saying? Busta Rhymes is one of my favorite artists of all time.
And now, it's 50's turn to speak, and he's not holding anything back. Word on the street is this Diddy doc is gonna be the industry's worst nightmare. No filters, no soft edits, just raw truth. According to sources, this thing is going to expose names, and Busta's is allegedly front and center on that list of rappers who supposedly got real cozy with Diddy in some questionable situations. This ain't just another hip-hop documentary. This is G-Unit Films and Television Inc. pulling the curtain back on years of whispers, secrets, and scandal. And while we don't have a confirmed drop date yet, insiders are saying it's close. Real close. Everybody who thought they could outrun the past? 50's coming with receipts. And when he shows up, nobody's safe. And here's where things get even hotter. Insiders are now whispering that the documentary won't just expose party stories and VIP rumors. It's digging deep into actual transactions, payoffs, and cover-ups. Allegedly, some of these big names, Busta included, were not just attending Diddy's secret events, but may have been involved in helping keep things quiet. Yeah, we're talking NDAs, hush money, and even pressure put on folks to stay silent. People close to the project are saying 50 Cent's team has collected interviews, receipts, texts, and even footage that could flip the image of some of the most respected names in hip-hop. This ain't just tabloid-level mess. It's looking like a full-on expose that could spark legal moves, sever longtime friendships, and completely change the legacy of a few rap legends. Busta's name keeps getting brought up in connection to some of the more intense moments. Sources say there's unreleased footage allegedly showing him deep in the mix. Not just partying, but possibly helping coordinate some of these events. And with multiple people from inside the industry now willing to speak anonymously, it's becoming harder for anyone involved to act like they didn't know what was going on. And here's the twist. Folks are saying the documentary may also feature former employees, drivers, assistants, security, who are finally coming forward. These are the people who saw it all but stayed quiet for years. Until now. If what's being reported is true, this documentary might not just take down Diddy. It could blow open the entire network around him. And Busta? He's right in the middle of it. 50 ain't just telling a story. He's dropping bombs. And once this goes live, the internet is not gonna let it go. Now, here's the real kicker. Insiders are saying that not only is Busta panicking, but he's allegedly been trying to stop the doc behind the scenes. Yep, word is he's been reaching out to folks close to 50, trying to smooth things over or even get certain parts cut out. But let's be honest, that's not gonna work on 50. If anything, that just amps him up even more. And apparently, 50's already heard the chatter. He knows Busta's been making calls and trying to apply pressure. But instead of backing off, 50's been doubling down. Sources say he's even added more to the documentary after hearing about Busta's behind-the-scenes scramble. It's like every move Busta makes is just making it worse. Allegedly, some of the footage being included shows Busta and Diddy together at multiple events, private parties, hotel gatherings, and after-hours spots that weren't meant for cameras. But now, those clips are reportedly in the final edit. Insiders are saying this footage has never been seen before, and it's damning. And here's the wildest part. This doc might not even stop with Busta. There are other names, big names, who are reportedly tied up in all of this. But Busta's getting the heat early because he's one of the most recognizable faces involved. 50's not playing with anybody. And if Busta thought throwing out threats or playing innocent would save him, it's too late for all that now. From what we're hearing, the documentary is set to shake the entire entertainment world. And once Busta's scenes hit the screen, the internet is gonna explode because some secrets don't stay buried forever. And guess what? This whole thing is set to drop on Netflix, with none other than Emmy award-winning director and executive producer Alex Stapleton behind the camera. So yeah, expect high-quality, no-holds-barred storytelling that's about to flip the industry upside down. But here's where it gets even messier. Sources close to Busta are saying he already knows what's coming. Allegedly, he's been moving behind the scenes, trying to pull some strings and get his name scrubbed from the doc. Word is, he even sent a warning to 50, telling him to leave him out of it. But let's keep it all the way real. Busta sending threats probably just pushed 50 further. If there's one thing we know about 50 Cent, it's that he lives for this kind of challenge. The more you try to shut him down, the louder he gets. So if Busta is really part of what's going down, there's zero chance he's getting cut out now. Now the million-dollar question is, what's Busta so scared of? If there's nothing to hide, why not just stay quiet and let it blow over? The fact that he's allegedly trying to stop it behind the scenes is making everything look way more suspicious. So tell me what you think. Is Busta really tangled up in Diddy's mess? Or is his name just getting dragged for drama? And do you think 50 Cent's documentary is about to blow the lid off the entire game? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Hit that like button if you're rocking with the content. Subscribe so you don't miss a thing. And share this video if you're ready for the truth to come out. I'll catch you in the next one. It's only getting crazier from here.
Is there supposed to be a certain protocol for people to check in?
No, and I begin with me, and then he can speak, and they can speak for the other generation. But I'm never, you know what I mean? We don't have time for no sucker shit like that.
Yo, things just got real. 50 Cent didn't just spark another rap beef. He might have just cracked open a whole underground war that's been hiding in plain sight. What he just dropped? It ain't your usual back and forth. This drama with Jay Prince and Supreme McGriff's circle, it runs deep. Way deeper than music or bruised egos. 50's not playing around anymore. He's saying straight up, there was a real plan to get him out of here. We're talking life or death moves. And guess what? He's naming names. Now here's the bomb. Word is, even Supreme's own son might have been tangled up in this. Yeah, you heard that right. And if that wasn't wild enough, Rick Ross's name just slid into the mix too.
Know the reason, but what is the reason why you moved to Houston?
Well, look, first of all, like every time I've experienced Houston, like when I was out here, I ran into random acts of kindness. Like the people have been good to me. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of the places that I'm like, man, or maybe Houston, like Houston or Miami popped into my head. Mm-hmm. They said 58%. I said, what? You my partner? The IRS is my partner now? Oh no, all you get is a Yankee hat? I'm going to Houston.
Could he have linked up with 50's old enemies to keep the tension brewing? That's the kind of messy that could set the whole scene on fire. 50's out here connecting dots. Jay Prince, Supreme's legacy, shadowy deals behind closed doors. It's all adding up to something way darker than anyone expected. Could this be why 50 suddenly backed away from Houston? Was there a real threat lurking in the background? Let's run it back for a second. Everything kicked off in Houston, Jay Prince's stronghold. He runs that city like a boss, no question. When rappers touch down, they're expected to check in, show some respect. But to many, it don't sit right. It feels more like a quiet warning. Play by the rules or catch some heat. And the crazy part? Even some who did check in still ended up in trouble. When 50 Cent made that bold move to Houston, Jay Prince expected him to fall in line. But nah, 50 wasn't playing that game. He flat out refused to check in, didn't care who ran the block, said he didn't know anybody and didn't owe nobody nothing. He's got his own team, his own money, and he ain't about to bow down to some unwritten street code. That move? Total disrespect in Jay Prince's world. And here's the twist, 50 wasn't just passing through. He relocated, made it official on Twitter like, I love New York, but I live in Houston now. Most people figured it was just for that sweet Texas tax break. And sure, that checks out. But now, it's looking like this whole move had way more layers. Yeah, New York taxes are insane, and 50's always been about stacking that paper. But this was deeper. He had a whole blueprint in motion. We're talking about building a $20 million G-Unit stronghold in the South, movies, music studios, liquor partnerships, and even helping out local schools and communities. He was setting up a whole kingdom.
Is there supposed to be a certain protocol for people to check in?
No, and I begin with me, and then he can speak, and they can speak for the other generation. But I'm never, you know what I mean? We don't have time for no sucker shit like that.
But here's where the smoke started rising. He was planting all that right in Jay Prince's backyard and didn't check in once. No heads up, no salute, no nod to the city's power players. To some, That looked like a straight-up power move, almost a challenge. And when someone rolls in that bold, the streets notice. Fast! The rumors started spinning almost overnight. Word was, doors were getting slammed on him behind the scenes. People whispered that he was being watched heavy. Some said crews were just waiting for that one wrong move, itching to make something happen. But 50, he didn't flinch, not one bit. Instead, he doubled down. In his eyes, all that check-in talk was just a slick way to dress up extortion. And real talk, he might not be wrong. Look at the receipts. Takeoff checked in and still didn't make it home. Jacob the jeweler, pressured. CC's Temptation tried to stay low, still got caught slipping. So 50's thinking, why pay for protection that clearly can't protect? All smoke and mirrors, a fake sense of safety wrapped up in fear tactics. And if you know anything about 50's past, he don't scare easy. He's seen it all. So when he starts calling out the game, you know he sees through the BS. Then, out of nowhere, the energy started shifting. Real quiet, no headlines, no big drama. 50 began pulling away from Houston. That huge studio plan, scrapped. Everything suddenly got redirected to Shreveport, Louisiana. No press release, no farewell post, just a quiet move that spoke loud. Fans were stunned. Houston literally gave the man a key to the city. So why dip now? Why walk away when everything seemed to be falling into place? The answer came sneaky during a low-key interview. And what 50 said? It flipped the whole narrative. Houston didn't embrace me the way I expected. Boom, that one sentence hit hard. The vibe changed, the warmth was gone. And if a guy like 50 starts feeling uneasy in a city that once showed him love, you know something's not right. The wildest part? At the same time, all this was happening. Houston was still honoring him. They even made him Grand Marshal of the Thanksgiving Day Parade. So how does someone go from being celebrated in the streets to quietly packing up and vanishing? They didn't just show him love. They made it official. November 24th got stamped as 50 Cent Day in Houston. The mayor was out here giving him props. Fans were hyped, and it felt like the whole city was laying out the red carpet for him. But not everyone was clapping. Behind the scenes, word was Jay Prince wasn't just annoyed, he was fuming. From his point of view, 50 was strutting through H-Town with the crown, respect, power, spotlight, all while completely sidestepping the city's street code. No check-in, no nod, just raw, unfiltered dominance. And in Jay's world, that wasn't just about fame. That felt like a direct challenge to his grip on the streets. Like 50 was saying, I don't need your green light. That kind of move, it hits different when you've spent decades building an empire. Just when it seemed like things were cooling off, another name started buzzing again. And if you know 50's story, this name ain't some background character, it's personal. Back in the early 2000s, 50 got hit 9 times. And ever since, street whispers pointed towards Supreme's crew being involved. Around that same time, 50 dropped Ghetto Quran, a track that went deep, real deep. He started naming names, calling out legends from Queens. Supreme's name, all up in there. Now in the streets, that song wasn't seen as just music. That was labeled snitching. And Supreme, he didn't take that lightly. Not long after 50 got shot up. But he lived, thrived, and flipped that pain into platinum plaques. He told the story in songs, interviews, even films, turned his scars into a brand. Meanwhile, Supreme caught a life sentence. But he never flipped. He held it down. And in street culture, that loyalty earns respect. But just because he stayed quiet, don't mean he forgot. Nah, he remembered everything 50 did with that story. And then enters Irv Gotti, a name that ties it all together. Another major player in this twisted decades-long war. This wasn't just some music biz connection. Irv Gotti and Supreme, they were locked in like family. When Supreme got hit with heavy legal trouble, Irv didn't fold. He showed up big, funded the fight, stayed loyal, and never snitched, never switched up. That ride or die loyalty, that's the kind of bond Supreme respected to the core. But 50,
Today, we have the honor of saying to him, he's our 2022 Grand Marshal. Give it up to Curtis 50 Jackson.
He crushed everything Irv built, brutally. He steamrolled through Murder Inc., tore the label to shreds, and dragged Ja Rule down with it. Left the whole crew picking up pieces in the aftermath. And years later, even after Irv reportedly passed from a stroke, 50 still wasn't letting up. He came back cold. He hopped online and posted a pic of himself chilling next to a fake gravestone with a hookah captioned, "I'm smoking on that Dad Gotti pack. Nay, God bless him. LOL, no filter, no sympathy, just pure heat." And get this, before Irv's death was even confirmed, when news first dropped about the stroke, 50 slid in with another icy post. "Damn, I wanted him to see my new shows." Ruthless. That hit hard, and it didn't sit right with Supreme's son, McGriff Jr. He snapped on Instagram. He wasn't holding anything back. He blasted 50, saying, "If I said I was smoking on your mother and your grandfather pack, people would be screaming I'm wrong, right?" He called 50 fake, straight up clowned him, and questioned how fans could keep backing someone who disrespects the dead. To McGriff Jr., 50's shots at Irv felt like direct disrespect to his own father. That wasn't just industry beef anymore. That was personal. The line had been crossed. And now, the energy had shifted from Cold War to full-on blood feud. That's when 50 started playing a whole new game, dropping breadcrumbs all over the internet. Cryptic posts, snake emojis, cryptic talk about enemies hiding in silence and lurking in the shadows. People started asking, was he just being paranoid? Or was he really onto something? Then boom, a leak hit the net. Word got out that 50 allegedly exposed private convos between Jay Prince's camp and Supreme's son. And what was in those convos? Talk of setting 50 up, putting pressure on him, maybe even worse. And 50? He didn't stay quiet. He wanted this out in the open. He wanted the whole world to see what he was up against. And just when the streets were still trying to catch up, Rick Ross enters the chat. Now 50 and Ross, that beef goes way back. Lawsuits, disses, even family stuff dragged into it. No peace, no love. These two been locked in a Cold War for years. So when Ross got spotted kicking it with folks connected to the Supreme Circle, that wasn't some friendly link up, that was a message. To outsiders, maybe it looked random. But to 50, that looked like a full-on chess move. Ross chilling with the son of the man who allegedly tried to take 50's life? Nay, that ain't no casual meetup. That's a power play. And the tension didn't stop there. Insiders started whispering that this wasn't just a flex for the gram. Nope, this might have been part of something way bigger. Word is, that meeting had real weight behind it. Not just for clout, but as a signal. A move on the board in a game where every step matters. To Padasat, that wasn't a coincidence. That was war strategy. And he saw it coming like a hawk watching from above. Looks like a setup's in motion. And word is, Supreme McGriff Jr. is done playing it cool. He's hit his limit, especially after 50 kept trolling Irv Gotti online, even after Irv passed. That kind of disrespect after death? Yeah, that hit deep. And now that Jay Prince is sliding into the mix too, this just leveled up, fast. See, this ain't just about 50 refusing to check in. This is about challenging a whole system that's been running in the streets for decades. Jay Prince, he's not just offended. He's reportedly out to make an example out of 50. 'Cause if 50 gets away with clowning those street codes, what's stopping every other rapper from doing the same? That whole check-in culture starts to look soft, and Jay ain't letting that happen on his watch.
Nigga like 50, there's only 4 niggas that I know personally in Queens that wasn't scared of Preem. 50, E-Money Bags, Homo, and Big Nose Troy.
And here's the part that should have 50 watching his back real close. Jay Prince ain't some industry exec with flashy chains. This man's got real street credentials, deep roots, heavy ties, connections that reach way beyond the rap game. His name? It's been floating through federal files since the late 80s. Back then, whispers said he had routes from Mexico pushing weight through Texas, Louisiana, and all the way to Chicago. We're not talking street corner hustle. This was major movement. Global level, organized, strategic, locked in like a cartel playbook. And it gets deeper. Around that same era, Jay allegedly formed a tight link with Larry Hoover, the founder of the Gangster Disciples. That bond, it created a pipeline stretching from Houston to the Midwest, and guess who was sitting right at the center? Jay Prince. So now, with Supreme Jr. fuming, Jay Prince circling, and past blood still boiling, 50's walking through a minefield. And this ain't a music beef anymore. It's a high-stakes street power game with roots that go back decades. Then, out of nowhere, Rap-A-Lot Records steps into the spotlight. On paper, it looked like a label built to uplift Houston's finest. But if you've been tapped into the streets, you already know the whisper's been loud for years. This was way more than just music. Word is, it was a front. A smooth operation to wash dirty street money, flip it clean, and funnel it through the industry. A hustle wrapped in beats and business. And guess what? The feds weren't sleeping. By 1988, the DEA had their sights locked on Jay Prince and Rap-A-Lot. They were deep in, tapping phones, flipping drivers, staking out trap spots, and squeezing anyone tied to the circle. This wasn't some light probe. They were building a serious case. Then, boom, it all just vanished. By the late 90s, the investigation disappeared into thin air. No charges, no trial, no headlines, just silence. And let's be real, that don't just happen. You don't erase that kind of federal heat without some serious power in your pocket. That's not luck, that's influence on a whole other level. Now, fast forward to today, and 50 Cent might be poking the exact same bear that's been lurking in the shadows. Quiet, calculated, and dangerous. This bear don't roar, it bites. So you gotta ask, is 50 just being paranoid? Or is he the only one bold enough to say what everybody else is too shook to even whisper? Is there really a setup brewing behind closed doors? Or is this just a high-stakes clash of egos and empires? You tell us. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Who's playing who in this war? And yo, if you're feeling the heat, smash that like button, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next drop, and share this with someone who needs to know what's really going down. This story, it's far from over, and you already know. We'll be right here to break every piece of it down. Catch you on the next one.
Now, you got issues with the industry. What's going down with the industry, dog?
The industry is full of a bunch of sucking, dick riding, bending over the desk ass nigga, straight up like that. Whoever don't like it, bring it, nigga. Bring it. I don't give a fuck. Bring it. Bring it, bitch.
They got this new breed of rapper that's paying DJs to play their shit.
Right.
And, you know what I'm saying? They sucking the record label executives, and it's like there's too much of that going on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Let me be me. Let me be the artist that I am and just play my motherfucking music. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Now they want you all up under this, you know, sitting at the going to dinner with them and shit like that, and you know all that favor for a favor shit. I don't get down like that. Look, I give you the music, you give my money. That's it.
A lot of the love I had for wanting to be a part of the industry is not there anymore. I don't even associate myself with the industry, you know what I'm saying? I'm not an industry artist. I'm an artist in the industry.
I get a little uncomfortable. I get uncomfortable. Like he said something to me one time, a long time ago. He told me he'd take me shopping. I looked at him like, what'd you just say? Let me move, man, before I do something. You're gonna make me mess up the wedding.
Oh, that's a nice gesture.
Let me get out of it. No, dude, take me. That's what the guy said.
DMX had been sounding the alarm on Diddy for years. Most folks brushed it off like he was just wilding out. But 50 Cent, he was paying close attention. DMX never held back when it came to exposing the twisted game behind the music industry. He once said straight up, "This business is crawling with people who will do anything to climb up, sell out, kiss up, bend over, whatever it takes." And he wasn't just talking to make noise. He claimed he met the devil right there in the middle of it all. That's how he knew God had to be real, because the evil in that world was so deep, so dark, he had to fight tooth and nail to stay on his path.
And what did they do? They sold the company. They invited me into a house and they sold it. Yeah, I am mad. You know what I mean? All right, I'm mad. I feel betrayed, man, but it. You know what I mean? It's a business and I'm gonna carry it like a business. But my music is still my fucking music. And you play on my music, you play on my life. You play on my life, nigga, you're gonna disappear. You know what I mean?
Yeah, things are definitely changing there, man.
Yeah, they got a whole new staff now, so I gotta go in and see what's up.
DMX always said he was in the industry, but never of it. He didn't follow their rules, didn't play their game, and that's why they couldn't control him. He walked his own road, even when it got lonely. Now fast forward to all the wild stuff coming out about Diddy. Things darker and nastier than most people could have even imagined. And suddenly, all that stuff DMX was shouting about, it don't sound so crazy anymore. He even once said he turned down deals with Diddy because the vibes were just off.
One thing I respect about him is that at least he told me to my face what he felt. He was like, his voice is too rough, he's not marketable. Maybe 3 weeks later when he found out I was getting signed for Def Jam, he was like, yo, I'll lace your pockets. I'll double what they gave you and lace your pockets. I'm like,
if you didn't know what I was then, you just pretty much jumped on the bandwagon now.
Because if you didn't see the beast that I was then, that's I'm like, nah, I'm cool.
So it's a legendary story.
Like I told you, we sat down with Diddy, but he knew he wasn't going to sign with Diddy. He knew Diddy wasn't going to sign him. He knew in his mind that Diddy wouldn't want to take on problems right now.
Yayo said that you were supposed to sign the bad boy.
Look, they knew I was talented. They just looked at it and was like, I don't want all of the stuff that comes with him. The M stumbled over it, but he didn't know the trouble that came with it.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So I was like, yo, nah.
At first, Diddy passed on signing DMX, but as soon as Def Jam was ready to throw a big contract at him, Diddy came running back, trying to double up the offer like he suddenly saw the value. But X wasn't having it. He'd already caught wind of what was going down behind the scenes at Bad Boy, and he wasn't trying to get caught up in that mess. Back then, some people thought DMX was just talking about money when he called out Diddy. Like maybe Diddy was just ripping off his artists financially. But now, with all the disturbing stuff coming out, people are starting to realize maybe X meant exactly what he said. And DMX didn't stop with Diddy.
Told us about Diddy. DMX was known for talking out about how wicked the industry actually was. He talked about how the industry would basically unalive people because they made more money off of you than alive. One thing that stuck in my mind is the fact that DMX said that he never saw Biggie smile until he passed away. He explained that you would always see happiness in a person's smile or even in their eyes, and he literally didn't ever see that from Biggie until he was in his casket. In the same interview from a long time ago, he talked about how Diddy would rip off his artists and steal their publishing.
I never saw Biggie smile until after he died. And the Hypnotized video came out. You know, Hypnotized. I was like, oh! Like a smile brings a whole other light to your your face. Like, I mean, it's kind of hard to explain. I'm really good at words, but like it's hard to explain what a smile does for a person. Because you don't just smile with your mouth; you smile with your eyes. Like, like a true smile can be seen even if a person is covering their mouth. Well, Locks got signed before I did. Even though I bought the Locks to our brothers, they got signed. They were a safer group. Pop signed them. And it was a blessing and a curse because they were sure they were happy about getting signed first, and they were on the Benjamins and shit was going. But then he made them jiggy and put them in suits and made them write lyrics for him and took all that publishing and like, damn, I'm glad I didn't,
And this isn't the only thing that DMX talked about. He also talked about how there were people in the industry that basically wanted to take you out to dinner and stuff to get a hold of your music. And you cannot tell me that DMX was not talking about Diddy, because the first thing that I thought of is when 50 Cent said that Diddy asked to take him shopping. DMX even explained how some of these artists would sleep with music executives to get up in the industry. And now that we know how Diddy rolls and what he was doing with people's careers, I almost guarantee you the person that DMX was talking about was...
He spoke on the shady things some new rappers were doing just to land a deal. Things that had nothing to do with music. Rumors were flying about certain artists doing favors behind the scenes for label execs, just to get a track played on the radio. And guess who's right in the center of those same rumors? Yup, Diddy. DMX even dropped a whole track called The Industry where he exposed all of it. He didn't sugarcoat a thing. He said the game ain't about talent anymore. It's about playing by their rules. They tell you how to dress, how to act, how to speak, and if you don't follow orders, you're out. X refused to be one of their puppets. He made it clear.
Think of it now. He was grooming us. it's kind of like you're signing boy band groups and girl band groups because you like one or two of them and you want to see who's gonna go. It's nothing to you but a tax write-off, but you were really searching for a butt the whole time. So he was looking for my butt, Chopper butt, everybody butt. It wasn't nothing about the music. Was like, yeah, I can, you know, and it took off to be bigger than he ever expected it to be. But Puffy coming up, he was just signing a lot of boys. Usher, it was something he figured out that R. Kelly figured out, is we can get them away from the parents. If we could get them alone, isolated, you know, then we can get them. Once you get in a butt, it's like, you on us now. What you gonna say? I got video of me in your butt. Like, how can you ever make another record? You dig what I'm saying?
I'm not an industry artist. I'm an artist in the industry. Big difference. And now, here we are in 2025, watching all his warnings hit like a prophecy. He tried to tell us about the fake ones, about the soul selling, about the snakes, and about Diddy. And the wild part? He wasn't even the only one sounding the alarm. Instead of listening to DMX, folks laughed at it. They called him crazy, said he was just another addict, washed up and done for. The media dogged him every chance they got. Even after he passed in 2021, they still couldn't give that man his flowers. They called him troubled instead of honoring the legacy he left behind.
Right, I go to Diddy parties, which is where people like me step in. To walk motherfuckers out! Cause ain't nobody stopping me when I come. Why would they talk about it? Who is there to go to? Who's gonna fucking help them? What HR department do you know of that works for any of these labels?
Yeah.
When have you ever heard of a sexual harassment suit being publicly acknowledged in the entertainment industry at all? Never. Not in entertainment.
Tupac. Remember that one? That was...
He was the only one.
Yeah.
You saw how that turned out.
Yeah.
No, guilty.
That's why they do it. To make you an example. To remind you what they're willing to do to keep things the way they want them. It's intimidation. Can't go to the authorities. They're all bought and paid for. You could try to get a special prosecutor, but they'll just pay somebody to reassign him to another case.
Yeah, DMX had his demons. He battled addiction. He had run-ins with the law. But here's what's real. DMX was never accused of hurting women or kids. Never caught up in those dark, disgusting scandals that follow some of these rich and powerful industry folks. While others built empires off dirty secrets, DMX stood firm in his truth. And now, the wildest twist. There's a real chance that Diddy, after everything, might actually walk away clean. But 50 Cent ain't having it.
Bring in David Gelman, former prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney. David, welcome.
Hey, Mike, good to be here.
So in week 2 of testimony, jurors heard from a dozen witnesses as prosecutors try to prove sex trafficking and racketeering. What are your expectations when court resumes tomorrow?
It's going to be really interesting tomorrow when Diddy's third or fourth assistant takes a stand, and she's going to actually corroborate Kid Cudi's testimony from last week, where he said that Diddy and another associate of his bombed his Porsche years ago at his house. Now, you have to have corroboration about that because nobody can put Diddy there. And in fact, nobody even can say Diddy's the actual one who did it. But if they can say that Diddy or an associate of his did it, then you may have a racketeering charge there. Because right now, as it stands, Mike, nothing, and I mean nothing, is sticking to Diddy.
Diddy's lawyers are trying to make the case that his escapades do not amount to federal crimes. How difficult is that argument?
I think they're doing a fantastic job, honestly. Look, everybody has said, and Diddy's lawyers even said it in their opening statement, Diddy is not a good guy. There's a lot of domestic violence that occurred between him and Cassie in their relationship. However, what we've heard so far from the testimony of Cassie and the other individuals does not amount to the federal charges that he's being charged with right now. I'm not going to say anything that we heard is very good because it's all horrific. However, the state or the government in this particular instance needs to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he conspired to racketeer, to sex traffic, and to promote prostitution. So far, they're falling way behind in this. And I know there's a lot more to go in this trial because they're saying it's going to be about 8 weeks. But the government really better step on the gas because they don't have a lot more time to go.
So the play seems to be maybe admit to a state crime that avoids prison time. Is that it?
Yeah, I think so. Look, again, you're hearing about all this domestic violence, but all of that has nothing to do with what Diddy is charged with. There's a possibility, and I'm saying a very strong possibility right now, that Diddy could walk, that he could be spending 4th of July at home having a barbecue.
He just revealed he's planning to reach out to President Donald Trump directly. Why? To stop Trump from giving Diddy a pardon, because believe it or not, that's on the table now. Trump had everyone stunned when, during a Friday press conference in the Oval Office with Elon Musk, a reporter asked him about Diddy's federal trial for trafficking and racketeering. Trump straight up said he'd be open to giving him a pardon even if he's found guilty. That set the internet on fire. 50 Cent wasted no time. He jumped on Instagram and made it loud and clear. He's not letting Diddy get a free pass. He said Trump's even thinking about this after everything Diddy's been accused of. Not okay. I'm gonna reach out so he knows exactly how I feel about this guy.
Her explosive testimony in the federal sex trafficking trial against Sean Diddy Combs.
Yeah, today jurors heard from Capricorn Clark. She was a former employee of Combs who testified that the music mogul kidnapped and threatened her during her time working for him. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges in the case.
NBC News Entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas is outside the courthouse for us once again in New York City. Chloe, what did Clark say on the stand today?
It was incredibly riveting. She was emotional just a few moments ago. She actually apologized to the judge for crying so much. This is a woman who was a personal assistant for Combs at one point and then held various roles on and off over the course of 14 years. And she talked about this one moment from December 2011 when she says that Combs was furious when he found out that Cassie had been cheating on him with musician Kid Cudi. Remember, Kid Cudi, whose real name is Scott Muscudi, he testified last week. And so now we're getting a fuller picture of her version of what happened in December 2011 when Combs allegedly broke into Kid Cudi's house after he found out that Cassie and Kid Cudi were having this relationship. And she says that Combs showed up to her apartment early in the morning with a gun and kidnapped her, forced her to go with him to break into Kid Cudi's home. And then she said that she stayed back in the car and she called Cassie and warned her what was going on. She also says that later that morning she returned to Sean Combs' house after he had her go and get Cassie and bring her to him. She says that that's when she witnessed Combs violently beat up Cassie and kick her to the point that she fell to the ground in a fetal position, and that he continued to kick all the way from the front threshold of this mansion to the street. And she says that she was so worried for Cassie's life that she actually called her mother, Regina Ventura, and told her to call 911. But this is slightly different, you guys, than what we heard on the stand from Kid Cudi. Also, when we heard Regina Ventura take the stand, we didn't hear about that call from Capricorn Clark. So, it's really interesting for me to sit in this courtroom and you hear little bits and pieces of these alleged events. And so it's going to be really interesting to hear what the jury eventually thinks in a few weeks. And I also want to point out that it looks like the prosecution might actually be running ahead of schedule, and they may only have just about 4 weeks left of their case before they hand it over to the defense.
And Chloe, who else are we expecting to see on the stand this week?
So today we're expecting to hear from some of the individuals that got to the scene of Kid Cudi's car explosion a few weeks after this alleged kidnapping. Remember, he said last week on the stand that Combs was so angry about his relationship with Cassie going on behind his back that he was behind this Molotov cocktail being put into his Porsche convertible. And we saw pictures of the damage of his Porsche last week. So we're expecting to hear from some of the firefighters and the police officers that were leading this investigation.
After 50 Cent sounded off, he doubled down with another post, this time throwing real shade. He said Trump doesn't take disrespect lightly and never forgets who sides against him. That message hit hard. especially with Diddy's name all over the headlines. And here's where it gets even crazier. Diddy's former assistant, Capricorn Clark, took the stand earlier this week and dropped a wild story from back in the day. She said after an MTV event, while riding in an elevator, Diddy complained to his manager, Chris Lighty, about 50 Cent. According to Clark, Diddy said, "I don't like all the back and forth. I like guns."
Capricorn testified against Puffy on Tuesday. You was there, right? How did that go from your point of view?
When Capricorn testified, man, it was heartfelt not because she was crying and going through all the pain that Cassie and her went through, and because when you heard her testimony, you found out that she really didn't care for Cassie like that. Their friendship grew. You know, they had grown into a friendship that she cared more about Diddy because she even wrote him letters that she had a crush on him back in the day. So it was kind of weird hearing all the stuff she was going through. And in my mind, I was thinking that, you know, and knowing who Diddy was, he probably slept with her too. That's what I was thinking. I don't know that to be true. You understand? But what people didn't understand in her testimony, because just like Dawn, that he would fire her, then she'll come back, or she'll go get another job, and then she'll have to come back, or whatever didn't work about, something like that. People don't understand this, bro. And when you look at the situation with all the people that were employed by Diddy and that was in the music world, it's this old proverb, the golden rule. And what's the golden rule? The man with all the gold make all the rules. They think it's 5 times they said. Up in this old abandoned warehouse like. So she was terrified and she was scared and she didn't want to go, but she had to go. And she put Paul Offord on blast. That's the one they used to call Uncle Paulie. She put him on blast like he was some gangster taking her up there. And if she would have been found, you know, and all the polygraphs came up inconclusive, whatever that shit is. It wasn't conclusive that she did anything regarding stealing any of the jury or something like that. So it was just a fear tactic with her.
Say what? That line didn't just fade away. 50 Cent, who survived getting shot 9 times back in 2000, threw it right back at him on Instagram with a mocking post. But Capricorn Clark wasn't the only one spilling the tea. Gene Deal, a former bodyguard close to the circle, came in with even more explosive revelations, backing up Clark's claims with even darker details. And let's not forget, the beef between Diddy and 50 didn't just start yesterday. This drama's been brewing for nearly 2 decades. Back in 2006, 50 dropped a diss track called The Bomb, throwing major accusations at Diddy, even hinting he knew who was really behind the death of Notorious B.I.G. And over the years,
a former assistant to Sean Diddy Combs gave emotional testimony today in Combs' and racketeering trial. She claimed Combs sexually assaulted her multiple times, and ABC's Rita Roy has the details.
Celebrity stylist and friend of Cassie Ventura, Deontay Nash, walking into a Manhattan courthouse today, facing more cross-examination from the defense team of Sean Diddy Combs. Nash, who was subpoenaed to testify, detailing multiple instances of alleged violence and control he says he witnessed in Ventura and Combs' relationship. He testified he often saw Ventura bruised up and that he once witnessed Combs beating Ventura. He told jurors Ventura confided in him how Combs pressured her into unwanted sex with male prostitutes, and that he knew her to spend nights with Combs in hotel rooms against her will, including one time on her 29th birthday, when Combs allegedly told her, "I do all this for you, and you can't do this one thing for me," apparently referring to her not wanting to participate in a freak-off. Nash said another time Combs threatened to release sex tapes of Ventura, telling the jury that Ventura said she didn't want to have sex with those guys in the tapes, but she did it because, quote, Puff wanted her to. The defense questioning Nash's recollection about certain incidents, including that alleged bloody. And when Nash testified that Combs controlled everything about Ventura's appearance, defense attorneys suggested it was a business decision rather than an element of coercion. Combs' team has conceded that he was abusive, but that the violence was due to drugs and jealousy, and not about him forcing her into sex. A former assistant of Combs taking the stand under the pseudonym Mia, telling jurors about the times Combs allegedly forced himself onto her sexually. She says working with him was exciting, but chaotic and toxic, talking about multiple instances of alleged violence. Now, Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges against him and has maintained that all sexual encounters were consensual.
More insiders have stepped forward saying the same thing. This rabbit hole goes deep. After 50 Cent sounded off, he doubled down with another savage post, dropping a warning shot. He said Trump don't take disrespect lightly and never forgets who turns against him. That hit different, especially with Diddy's name swirling in headline after headline. Then things really took a wild turn. Diddy's ex-assistant Capricorn Clark hit the stand this week and let loose a jaw-dropping story. She said after an MTV event, while riding an elevator, Diddy told his manager Chris Lighty, "I don't like all the back and forth. I like guns." Wait, what? That one-liner didn't just slip through the cracks. 50 Cent, who took 9 bullets back in 2000 and lived to tell it, clapped back on Instagram with zero chill.
Know that Diddy actually is being charged with tampering with some of these witnesses and victims before his trial started underneath the RICO charge. And the crazy thing is, what if I tell you that this same past behavior was alleged in Diddy's last criminal trial in the 1999 nightclub incident with J-Lo? They were alleging back in 1999 during that nightclub incident that Diddy was using his entourage to help mess with these witnesses. The one being named was Diddy's bodyguard, Uncle Paulie, who we keep hearing brought up in the current trial as a co-conspirator for a lot of different things that Diddy allegedly has done. And y'all know I'm about to break it all down, so let's get into it. This is the indictment for Diddy's current criminal charge, and as you can see under here, it says that he is being charged with multiple acts of tampering with a witness, victim, or an informant. This is separate from the charge of bribery of a witness that we can assume is when Diddy allegedly paid the hotel security $100,000 to make the video of him beating Cassie disappear. And this is another part in the indictment where it starts dealing some of the intimidation or bribery of a witness. When Diddy's authority or reputation was threatened by the possibility of negative publicity or legal or law enforcement action against him, including in or about late 2023, following public allegations of Combs' crimes, Combs and members and associates of the enterprise pressured witnesses and victims, including through attempted bribery, to stay silent and not report what they experienced or knew to law enforcement. On phone calls, Combs and other members and associates of the enterprise, among other things, provided these victims and witnesses with false narratives of events in effort to conceal Combs' crimes. Combs caused these calls to be recorded on at least 2 occasions.
But Clark wasn't the only one with receipts. Gene Deal, a former bodyguard who was deep in the mix, stepped in with even more bombshells, doubling down on what Clark said and hinting at even darker truths. And don't get it twisted, this beef between Diddy and 50 has been bubbling for nearly 2 decades. Way back in 2006, 50 dropped a track called The Bomb, accusing Diddy of knowing who was behind the murder of Notorious B.I.G. And now, more people are finally starting to say the same. This rabbit hole is deep, and it's only getting deeper. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share if you're locked in. Hit that bell so you don't miss the next drop. We'll catch you on the next one.
Some of what you may have done may have helped with the timing, right? I think you.
What's that?
I think you tipping off Big U. I think that definitely.
I did what?
I think you going online and saying that, and the only reason I'm saying this is that if you ever read any federal indictment,
I did what? I tipped him off.
You tipped him off via
What
online.
did the lady say in the recording I sent you?
Well,
please don't what?
Please don't tell. But This is why I'm coming to this conclusion.
Man, people been throwing serious side eyes at Wack 100 lately. Word on the block is that 50 Cent straight up flamed him for allegedly snitching on Big U. And get this, that move supposedly sparked Big U's indictment. But it don't stop there. Some folks even whispering that Wack might have been wired up to set up rappers. Crazy, right? Now, before anyone starts tripping, let's be clear. I'm just breaking down the wild talk that's blowing up heavy in the streets right now. I ain't tossing out accusations. I'm just saying what's floating around out there. So here's the lowdown, straight from Wack 100's own mouth.
After you got the message, you hit up Big U's wife. You said, "Sis, 911. 1 sec, let me get solo." And you gave him a heads up.
What I tell him?
You said, "1 sec, let me get solo. He needs to leave. Bad." In caps, all caps. He needs to leave.
I said so bad, right?
Yeah, full bad.
What the 600 said is 4 rolling 60 telling on it.
All right, so Wack, let me ask you this.
So that's what the 4 bad means.
Talking about
Let me ask you this, Wack.
Go to talking. Now, I just sent you a clip. Play the clip. You're going to hear the people saying, "Don't say nothing. Don't tell nobody nothing. Don't say nothing."
He claims it all started with one phone call. And it wasn't to Big U himself. Nah, it was to Big U's wife. He supposedly warned her that the feds had a secret indictment ready to crash down on Big U. And check this out. This wasn't no random rumor or shady hint. Wack allegedly knew the exact date the feds were gonna make their move. Now, hold up. Let's think about this. Who in the world, outside the system, knows the exact drop on a sealed federal case? You ain't picking that kind of info up from Instagram or the streets. That's straight up inside scoop. Yo, think about it. Who tips somebody off about a federal raid unless they're either way deep in the game or got serious plugs with somebody who is? That's when 50 Cent reportedly started piecing it all together. And suddenly that whole maybe Wack's wired up theory didn't sound so crazy anymore. And nah, this ain't just barbershop gossip no more. This could be for real. But check it. 50 wasn't even the first one raising the alarm. Way before him, Suge Knight was already throwing out warnings. Word is, Suge allegedly pulled Birdman to the side and told him straight up, "Watch Wack 100. Why? Cause Suge said Wack was the one on the Fed's payroll. That ain't some light accusation. That's heavyweight stuff right there. Now, sit with that for a second. What do you think really went down? That warning from Wack 100 hit way different once people started realizing just how much inside juice he had from being knee-deep in the streets for years.
I told you I'm doing my movie shit. I talked to you, and I told you I want you involved in it. But I'm not fucking with that trucker dude. That dude lied every aspect.
Wack wasn't just running his mouth. He knew things. Then boom, the Big U situation popped off, and it was like a whole bomb exploded. A 43-count indictment came raining down, packed with RICO charges, extortion, wire fraud, the whole ugly package. On Peru, it was wild. But here's where it really made heads spin. The feds even linked Big U to a 2021 case about the tragic death of a young musician named RWW. But somehow, that detail didn't even make it into the full 75-page indictment. Now tell me that ain't shady as hell. So what's the real play here? Word out there is that Nevada's handling that part of the case separately. But trust, the street's been on fire about it. And guess what else? The feds straight up started digging through clubhouse rants and old podcast clips, stuff Wack 100 himself said online. And they're using his own words like courtroom receipts. This is where DJ Academic stepped in and caught the crazy vibes first. And he didn't hold back either. In an interview, he looked Wack dead in the eye and said, "I think you tipped off Big U." And instead of snapping back or denying it like a man with nothing to hide, Wack just laughed. Straight up laughed. Who laughs when their name's getting tossed around in a federal case? That ain't how innocent folks act when the fire's at their door. But real ones know this ain't even the first time folks been giving Wack the side eye like he's moving funny. Let's spin it back to 2006. Wack and his brother got pulled over in Texas, and cops found loaded magazines and other heat in their car. Both were already convicted felons, so normally, that's a slam dunk federal case right there.
It looked good and it sounded good. But if you pull the indictment up, which we have it, is 75 pages of what they're actually indicting him on.
Right. I mean,
Nevada's gonna
take that.
But here's the twist that got everybody raising eyebrows. The whole case just vanished in 2011. And no, it wasn't thrown out over some messed up search or dirty evidence. The judge even denied the motion to suppress. Instead, the case got dropped under something real rare called in the interest of justice. And if you know how the courtroom game works, you know that phrase usually screams one thing loud and clear: cooperation. And that right there is why people been seriously looking at Wack 100 like he's not playing the game straight. Right after that case magically vanished, Wack 100's whole career just blew up. Suddenly, dude was everywhere, managing big names, dropping industry secrets like he had VIP passes to every backroom meeting. But while Wack kept climbing higher, folks around him, yeah, they started catching charges left and right. Yet somehow, Wack stayed clean and untouched. And man, the shady vibes just kept stacking higher and higher.
Some of what you may have done may have helped with the timing, right? I think you.
What's that?
I think you tipping off Big U.
Then word hit the streets. Wack was actually caught on a federal wiretap. Yeah, you heard that right. A recorded call with a dude named Stutterbox, a guy who's allegedly knee-deep in a major Fed case tied to the Main Street Mafia Crips. Now here's the crazy part. Sources who peeped the files say Wack wasn't just shooting the breeze on that call. He was connecting dots, helping lay pieces on the table. Some even believe Wack was out there helping the feds stitch the whole puzzle together. That's a real ugly look right there. And don't get it twisted, these whispers about Wack ain't new. Folks been throwing shade on him for years. Remember when he was locked in tight with Birdman? They even launched Cash Money West together. And for a minute, it looked like a power move. But then, bam, everything flipped fast. That turning point came when Wack started managing Tekashi 6991.
Plus, you're saying certain. I know you spoke to, or you had some information from the fam. Like this is like you should only know this if you're doing the investigation. But I get it. They told.
Yeah, that Tekashi. For somebody already getting side-eyed for alleged Fed ties, linking up with 6999 was pure career suicide in the streets. Even Wack himself admitted in an interview that Birdman pulled him aside and pressed him about it. Birdman didn't start no public drama or blast him online, but the energy shifted hard. He got cold, distant, cautious, and that silence said it all. It said everything, and now it all circles right back to 50 Cent. Because guess what? Wack 100 manages the game, and everybody knows the deep beef between 50 and Game is legendary. That drama ain't no small scuffle. It was straight up chaos for years.
I think got on me the most, right, is Birdman. Yeah, I'm a dude to keep it 100. Ain't nobody bigger than the politics. That's my brother, and we get on each other. But Birdman, out of everybody, Birdman had got on my ass, like, on me. He told me how dissatisfied he is. He said, I love you, you my brother. I ain't never going to. You know that. We done been in the trenches together.
Instead of letting things cool off, Wack 100 came through and poured gasoline all over it. And he wasn't low-key about it either. Nah, Wack jumped on every platform he could find, talking wild, spicy about 50 like he had zero filter. He was out there saying crazy stuff like 50's not from the streets anymore, and claiming the only reason 50 moves safe is because he's protected by the industry. Wack even threw out that 50 gotta check in when he touches down in LA. Like, he basically made it sound like without certain people blessing him, 50 ain't safe on the West Coast. That's not some light flex. That's bold, reckless talk. But here's the thing. Wack wasn't just running his mouth for clout. He pulled out a whole story to back it. He said him and his crew pulled up to the SLS hotel to confront 50 face-to-face. But when they got there, Wack said it looked like a full-on military operation. According to him, 50's security was so deep, It felt like Navy SEALs were guarding the spot, machine guns and all. And guess what? Folks online clowned Wack heavy for even admitting that. Like, why brag about pulling up just to dip because the setup was too tight? That move didn't land the way he thought it would. It made him look real weak. And just when things were cooling down, the topic of Big Meech and BMF slid back into the convo. And of course, Wack couldn't keep his mouth shut. Wack 100 wasn't done. He kept firing off.
When I came in, I swear it was 50 and like 2 people. He was like 3 or 4 deep. Radio guys, like regular. So when I went over there, I said, yo, check this out. He like, Wack, what's up? I said, man, game in the alley, 50 deep. It don't make sense for you to restrict him from coming in, and then you got to come out.
He straight up accused 50 Cent of milking the whole BMF story for every dollar he could grab. Said 50 was using Big Meech's legacy to boost his own brand, making big profit off real people's pain. But here's where things get real strange. While Wack was out here loud, throwing shots like crazy, 50, man, he went dead silent. No slick Instagram captions, no memes, no power jokes, nothing. And for a dude who built his whole brand trolling and cooking people online, that kind of silence is screaming. It's not normal. It's loud as hell. That's when whispers turned into full-blown conversations. People close to the scene started saying the quiet part out loud. Maybe 50 ain't ignoring Wack out of strategy. Maybe it's for survival. Cause now there's real talk floating around that 50 believes Wack's way too close to some serious federal heat. And if he claps back, Wack might just be baiting him, setting a trap that could get real ugly and real legal, real fast. And right when the internet started heating up about this Wack might be connected theory, boom! The big U indictment dropped. Suddenly, everything started clicking together like a dirty little puzzle. This wasn't just street gossip anymore. It was real life.
Right by the Beverly Center. We thought we did. Somebody called us, told he was up there. I got up there. We came in.
How deep were you?
About 15.
15 people?
Yeah, we wasn't that deep.
A massive federal RICO case slammed down, stacked with 43 serious counts, calling out 18 members of the Rollin' 60s. But guess what? Guess whose name was nowhere on that hit list? Wack's name. Now here's where people really started squinting sideways. Even though Wack's name wasn't on the paperwork as a defendant, his voice was allegedly all over the supporting files. Like, how you deep in the convos the feds are using to build the whole case, but somehow you slide out without a single charge? Yeah, people are looking real sideways at that. That's the kind of thing that makes people start asking real ugly questions. And just when folks thought it couldn't get any more twisted, boom! Wack 100 dropped another bombshell. He claimed that Adam 22, founder of No Jumper, got caught up in the whole RICO mess too. Wild, right? Especially since Wack's basically a regular over there, sitting comfy on that platform. And if that's true, this one hits real close to home. Wack even called in live to the No Jumper show and said he had just hopped off the phone with his lawyer. He was out here trying to get legal help down to Adam ASAP, telling them, don't let him say a single extra word. According to Wack, the feds scooped Adam up that same morning, then circled back looking for more. But then Wack slid in a wild detail. He admitted he didn't actually know what the feds wanted from Adam. He just assumed they were pressing him about something heavy. Now the whole scene turned into a swirling mess of confusion and wild speculation. Just when it looked like things were spiraling out of control, Adam 22 stepped in and shut it down himself. He went public and flat out denied everything. Said he was never arrested, never questioned, and definitely not under investigation. And just to keep it spicy, Adam threw some slick shade back at Wack. He said Wack's got an overactive imagination and made it real clear that for now, he's good and not in any kind of trouble. But real ones know. How long can that for now really hold up? Things twisted again when Adam 22 admitted, yeah, the feds actually did pull up to his spot and chopped it up with his lawyer.
We got up there, we came in and shit. You had Navy SEALs with him. 2 in all directions. Probably about 6 of them. walkies in their ear, vested, strapped to their thigh, bullies on them, semis on them, magazine cartridges. I said, yeah. He ain't slipping.
Today's not the day.
Nah, 50 move different.
But here's the part that really made people double take. According to Adam, the feds weren't there to arrest or grill him. They were looking for a cease and desist letter from Big U. Yep, that same Big U. That letter was demanding No Jumper take down a podcast episode where Loose Cannon allegedly said some heavy stuff about Big U. It got even heavier when folks started claiming Wack 100 had prior knowledge about what was going to happen to Nipsey Hussle before it even went down. That's a massive accusation. And when the feds started chasing down that cease and desist letter tied to Big U, yeah, it raised serious eyebrows. Adam 22 pointed out something wild, too. That letter ain't even mentioned in the original indictment or the criminal complaint. To him, the whole thing feels shady as hell. Like, what exactly are the feds digging into when it comes to Big U? And that's when the spotlight swung right back to Wack 100. Let's not forget, he's the one who tried to drag Adam into this whole messy situation from the jump. But here's the catch. Wack's name still ain't anywhere on the indictment. Somehow, some way, Wack always seems knee-deep in the dirt, but never in the hot seat. And trust, the streets noticed. The internet lit up, and people started dragging Wack like crazy. They even slapped him with a new name, RAT 100. The comment sections were brutal. One user wrote, "Wack is a terrific informant, a man of many talents, snitching being one of them." Another said, "I've never seen a so-called G who knows so much about the feds." And yo, that's not just jokes flying around. That's years of suspicion finally boiling over. Let's be real. How does someone without a badge know exactly what the feds are doing, who's talking, and when? That's not normal. Not at all. And if this rabbit hole keeps digging deeper, things are only going to get messier from here. So let us know what you think. Is Wack 100 really plugged in way too deep? Drop a comment below, smash that like, share, and subscribe button, and don't forget to tap that bell so you never miss the next drop. See you on the next one!
Like online, because that's really what it is. It's the photographs and stuff come through the feed.
Right.
And I was like, what? Like,
Dissent just let slip some wild footage Terrence Howard handed him. Footage that puts Diddy's so-called private parties on serious blast. Terrence Howard is finally speaking up, and the tea he's spilling, boiling hot. He's been quiet for a while, but now he's laying it all out. How he got iced out of Hollywood for not playing into the shady games that some big names in the industry allegedly run. And with Diddy's name already in the middle of major mess, Terrence is giving everyone a real peek behind the curtain of these so-called power players. But wait, it gets even messier. Diddy's not the only one catching heat. Terrence also had a few words about Young Miami, Diddy's rumored boo. According to him, she was deep in those freak-offs. And what she allegedly got caught doing on camera? Way more twisted than anyone was ready for. Things are getting wild fast, and this bomb's about to blow. What's really wild is that Terrence dropped all this heat without even being asked. Nobody had a clue he had dirt stacked up on Diddy, just sitting there waiting. Then boom! He showed up on a podcast just a couple days ago and let it all loose. He had a lot bottled up, and when he let it out, it hit hard. This wasn't some planned takedown. This was raw, unfiltered truth straight from someone who's been holding it in for years. From the way Terrence tells it, his story lines up with what folks have been low-key saying about Diddy for years. All those shady rumors, the weird vibes, the awkward invites to some downright uncomfortable scenes, yeah, it's sounding real familiar now. Terrence said Diddy reached out, claiming he needed some help with acting. But let's be real. Diddy's not out here chasing Oscars, so why is he suddenly asking for private lessons? Terrence thought it was all business and showed up ready to work, strictly professional vibes. But once he got there, Diddy flipped the script. Dude started moving strange, like the whole acting thing was just a cover for something way different. But Terrence, he wasn't with it. He shut that down quick, no hesitation. He told it straight. He doesn't play like that, and he wasn't sticking around for whatever Diddy had planned. He bounced. No games, no second chances. And the real kicker? Terrence said he wasn't even the only one Diddy allegedly tried that move on. According to him, every man who ever pulled up to one of Diddy's wild parties got tested. He said it straight. They lost their man cards at Diddy's gathering. That's the level of chaos he's describing. Like nobody's safe once they step into that world. It's looking real dark and real messy behind those party doors. And this isn't even the first time Terrence has pulled the mask off Hollywood's dirty little secrets. He's been dropping hints for years that he didn't walk away from acting just because the roles dried up. Nope. He says he got pushed out because he wouldn't bend to the twisted rules these insiders try to enforce. Long before this, Terrence already spoke out about why he dipped from the scene, and it had nothing to do with burnout. He refused to be part of the system, and now he's done playing quiet. Terrence said it clear as day. Hollywood straight up tried to strip him of his manhood. Wild, right? Once he took a stand and refused to play by their rules, the smear campaign kicked in fast. They flipped the script, called him difficult, and tried to label him like he was the problem. It's the same old tactic they use, especially on women in the game. As soon as you speak up or don't fold to their twisted demands, suddenly you're the villain. So when Terrence shocked everybody and announced he was retiring from acting back in December 2022, fans were shook. The timing made zero sense. He was still landing big-time roles, the public wasn't dragging him, and there was no obvious scandal pushing him out. But according to Terrence, there was way more going on behind the curtains. He claimed the industry was pressuring him into situations that made him straight up uncomfortable. Moments that, in his words, felt like they were designed to break him down as a man. And when he stood his ground and said no, Hollywood didn't take it lightly. They came for him, hard. This right here, it's the twisted side of the business nobody likes to talk about. Terrence's biggest call-out has been about the pressure to put on a dress for certain scenes, and he wasn't backing down, stood 10 toes down and refused. He said those scenes had nothing to do with the storylines. They felt like setups, like they were trying to turn him into the punchline.
Did you ever have the opportunity where you got invited and you said no to it?
Hell yeah.
What was the consequences when you said no?
Puffy invited me for weeks, asking me to come and teach him how to, wanted me to be his acting coach for a while. Go there and he's sitting around just looking. I'm like, okay, what's the material you want to work on? He's just looking at me. Then next thing you know, okay, hey, will you help me? I want to hear your music. So I come over there and I play the music. And he's sitting there just looking at me, like waiting. Okay. So then my assistant was like, he wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to. That's what my assistant said.
Sounds familiar, huh? And let's not pretend like he's the first to speak on it. A bunch of other black male actors have raised the same red flag. They've talked about being pushed into wearing dresses in skits and movies where it made no sense at all. Cat Williams even broke it all the way down during his sit-down with Club Shay Shay. He said the same exact thing. So when Terrence speaks out now, he's not just venting. He's confirming a pattern that's been in play for way too long. Cat Williams kept it all the way real in that Club Shay Shay interview. He pulled the curtain back on just how deep this whole emasculation thing runs in Hollywood. According to Cat, the pressure for male actors, especially black men, to act feminine or rock a dress, it usually comes with a shiny offer, big checks, big roles. But it all comes at the cost of your pride and your manhood. Cat made it clear he walked away from those fat paydays more than once, just to protect his integrity. Just to protect my integrity, he said, and you could feel every word hit like a punch. When that interview dropped, Terrence Howard didn't waste a second. He jumped in with full support and came out swinging with his own truth. Remember those old rumors folks used to whisper about Terrence, saying he had a bad attitude or was just too hard to work with? Well, according to him, that was all part of the setup. That's exactly why they pushed him out. But Terrence wasn't backing down. He said, "My daddy taught me never take the vertebrae out your back or the base out your throat. I ain't raised no sheep. I raise men. Stay a man." Straight from his mouth. Terrence didn't sugarcoat a thing. He said being a real man is like a curse nowadays. Society just ain't built for masculine energy to thrive anymore. Everything's shifting. He called it how he saw it. Said a lot of the men getting praised and pushed forward in the game now, they're moving mad feminine. That's not by accident either. In another interview, Terrence took it even further. He said point blank, there's a hidden agenda out here to feminize black men on purpose. He believes it's because strong, confident black men are viewed as a threat. And he didn't tiptoe around it either. He laid it out. The man has been demonized with this new formula. Most men are made to be feminine and not have their power or sense of strength. This ain't just a theory. He's saying it loud, and people are finally listening. Terrence didn't bite his tongue for nobody. He said it loud. Hollywood lets white men be strong, but the moment a black man stands tall, he's labeled dangerous. He wasn't having it at all. Terrence made it clear. He wasn't about to remove a few chromosomes just to squeeze into somebody's weak, watered-down storyline. He said it plain. Hollywood needs to step up their game, tell better stories, and let men be men, without trying to erase their masculinity. At the same time, he showed love to women, saying their beauty should still be celebrated too. Real balance. And with everything Terrence has been dropping lately, especially those jabs at Diddy, fans are connecting the dots and it's all starting to click like crazy. But hold on, it gets even crazier. Word on the street is, Terrence might be holding back even more explosive receipts. And what he's already spilled might just be the tip of the iceberg. According to insiders, there's more tea simmering under the surface, and guess who's caught in the steam? 50 Cent. After Terrence's bombshell interview went viral, 50 tried to play it cool, said, "No comment. I'm staying positive, God help her." But folks are saying 50 knows something too. Allegedly, Terrence got his hands on some wild footage from one of Diddy's infamous parties, and what it shows has people shook. Supposedly, Young Miami was caught in some super questionable scenes, and not just as a guest. The whispers say she might have been deep in the mix. And to be real, this doesn't even surprise folks anymore.
And I was like, oh, okay, now I get it. So now no more communication. Now you know to be hands-off with somebody. A number of producers come in to make the approach, and you threaten to punch them in the mouth. But when you give up your manhood, I've never seen somebody recover from it. That was all the people that went to the puffy parties. That was all the people that did all those things thinking that there was never going to be a consequence for what they were doing. Get punked out and pimped out by some greater desire. You shouldn't have a greater desire than being a man.
The street's been buzzing for a while now that Young Miami might know way more than she's letting on. Some rumors even claim she wasn't just a witness at those freak-offs. Allegedly, she played a role in organizing them. And here's the twist. There are receipts that back it up. For instance, when Diddy's other flame, Gina Hine, posted a pic with him, Miami allegedly lost it. She went off, supposedly threatening to make Diddy force Gina into a freak-off to put her in her place. She even came for her online saying, "Tina, you've been down bad ever since I came in the picture. Hope you've been crying for a baby for 15 years. Whew, it's messy, it's wild, and this drama just keeps getting deeper. Miami went off in the wildest way. She straight up snapped, saying, "You've been around like a bee, only getting EP and D when he felt like it. You an eater." Then she doubled down, mocking Gina with, "You the same bee that was crying to Tasha K because you wanted a baby? Poor sushi." And she didn't stop there. Miami kept throwing jabs like it was a heavyweight match. She hit Gina with, "You wanted a baby, B? I got a career. You a certified freak." Then mocked her again, saying, "You haven't heard from Diddy since the awards. You out here messing around and getting rid of babies. Let that hurt go, hun." And the wildest line, Miami said, "If I wanted you to eat me, Diddy would have had you on your knees. You an eater, B. You a munch. Not a munch, though?" That meltdown had the internet gasping. It was messy on a whole other level. But as wild as that was, it gets even darker inside Diddy's circle. According to court docs, there's a whole other side to this. And it's chilling. One of Diddy's other alleged side pieces, going by Jane Doe to stay anonymous, came forward with some disturbing claims. Jane Doe says that back in July 2022, she was invited to Diddy's LA mansion. Once there, while inside his bathroom, she was allegedly pressured into taking something. She had no clue what it was. Later, she found out it was ketamine, or something just as heavy. She says it knocked her out cold, leaving her completely unconscious for hours. She made it very clear she never agreed to take any kind of drugs. She said after blacking out, she woke up with bruises and injuries and no memory of what went down during the night. None. Just pain and confusion. If these claims are true, they're beyond disturbing. The story is getting darker by the day, and people are starting to realize there might be way more victims than anyone thought. According to Jane Doe, things took a horrifying turn behind Diddy's closed doors. She said he would make her put on shows for him, forcing her into situations while feeding her alcohol and mystery substances until she completely blacked out. She claims she'd wake up covered in bruises and injuries with no clue how they got there. And this wasn't just a one-time thing, it allegedly went on for months, all the way until July 2024. But it gets even darker. Jane Doe said she eventually found out she was pregnant with Diddy's baby. And that's when things turned savage. According to her lawsuit, the minute she told Diddy about the positive test, chaos broke out. One of Diddy's close people, Kaya Brownlee, allegedly started blowing up her phone, non-stop, pushing her hard to terminate the pregnancy. The pressure wasn't just verbal, it was relentless. And shortly after all that harassment, Jane Doe said she suffered a miscarriage. Heartbreaking doesn't even cover it. After that, she completely cut ties with Diddy and his crew, going off the radar for about 3 months to recover from the trauma. Now here's the kicker. Kaya Brownlee? That's Young Miami's real name. Yup, one half of the City Girls. And let's not forget how Young Miami spiraled back in 2022 when Diddy had a baby with another woman. She was snapping online, dragging anyone connected to the drama. So it's really not hard to imagine she could have lashed out at Jane Doe too, especially if she saw her as a threat. But hold up, it's not even over. There's also Lil Rod's lawsuit, and his claims are even heavier. He didn't just say Young Miami was around the shady stuff, he said she was in deep. According to him, she wasn't just a bystander, she was allegedly active in the mess, and even had her own family tied up in it.
Just to protect my integrity and that virgin hole I was telling you about. Right, because P. Diddy be wanting to party, and you gotta tell him no. You got to tell him no. I did. See, I got the receipts for everything I'm telling you. That's why I can say them so freely.
Kid, I need another one. You here, get your number.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Come on. Because early on you was accusing me of being...
This web just keeps getting darker, and it's clear the deeper people dig, the more disturbing it all becomes. Young Miami wasn't just in the background. She was allegedly a silent witness to everything going down behind the scenes. Lil Rod's lawsuit didn't hold back. He even named a specific moment when things turned downright disturbing. According to the court docs, Diddy was lit, allegedly drunk and offering cocaine to Mr. Jones. But when Jones turned it down and headed to the bathroom to step away from the madness, that's when things went left. Lil Rod claims Young Miami's cousin followed him into the bathroom. And what happened next? Wild doesn't even begin to describe it. She allegedly started groping Mr. Jones without warning, then dropped to her knees and tried to perform oral acts on him. Mr. Jones immediately pushed her off, trying to get out of there, but she wasn't done. The documents say she chased him out of the bathroom, still stripping her clothes off, trying to straddle him right in the open, all while Diddy and his staff stood there watching it happen. No one stepped in, no one said a word, just stood there like it was part of the party. And if that wasn't enough to make your jaw drop, another incident reportedly went down that same year, this time in Miami on Thanksgiving night, 2022. Diddy allegedly invited Mr. Jones and another man named Forrest Taylor into the studio bathroom with him. He asked them for a $100 bill, said he needed it to snort coke. Mr. Jones didn't have the cash on him, thankfully, but Diddy didn't stop there. Later that night, he still managed to get his fix, allegedly doing nose candy with Young Miami instead. And there's more. Young Miami was also accused of helping Diddy move substances around wherever he needed them. That means she wasn't just in the room. She was allegedly involved. Silent witness? Maybe not so silent after all. These court claims are stacking up fast, and if they hold even a grain of truth, this whole thing is darker and dirtier than anyone thought. Court documents claim that during rehearsals for the Something in the Water Festival in Virginia, Mr. Jones personally caught Diddy doing lines of coke right there in the dressing room. No shame at all. And when Diddy needed to reload, Christina Coram allegedly hit up Young Miami, who then supposedly sent the goods straight from Miami like it was nothing. But oh, it gets way messier. Lil Rod didn't hold back. He even accused Young Miami of being what he called a S-worker for Diddy, claiming she was on the payroll for personal services. According to the court filings, Young Miami, along with Jade and Daphne Joy, were all getting regular wire transfers from Robin Greenhill. And those payments, they're looking real suspicious, like part of a deeper, organized setup. At this point, too many people have tied Young Miami to Diddy's dirty dealings, and things are looking real bad, especially now that 50 Cent's name is in the mix. Yup, word is 50 allegedly has footage of Young Miami caught in 4K doing something she definitely wouldn't want out there. And let's keep it real. If there's one person you don't want holding dirt on you, it's 50 Cent. That man is King Petty, master of the messy, and he lives to drag people through the mud. He's had beef with Diddy for over 20 years, and if he's got receipts, you better believe he's waiting for the perfect moment to let them fly. Right now, it's not looking good for Young Miami. And honestly, Terrence Howard might just be out here speaking pure facts. If you made it this far, you already know what to do. Smash that like button, hit subscribe for more insane updates, and don't forget to drop a comment. What do you think about this madness? Stay locked in, and I'll catch you on the next one.
But if you notice, like, there's countless videos of Busta Rhymes getting mad at females for just being girls. This girl touched him one time, he go crazy, throw a drink on her and everything. See what I'm saying? Like, what? Why you getting mad at females? You go to these guys, they're in the club, go to their section. It's all men in the section.
It's nothing but dudes in that section. And now Busta Rhymes is catching heat again. This time, it's not for his music or a wild show. It's because a former bodyguard just dropped some shocking claims. He says Busta had some seriously weird requests when it came to who was allowed in his VIP. And apparently, it was strictly young men. That alone got people raising their eyebrows. But it doesn't stop there. Orlando Brown decided to jump into the mess, running his mouth like he always does. He's throwing out serious accusations, saying Busta's one of those industry guys living a double life. And he didn't just hint. He said Busta turned him out. That claim alone had folks doing a double take. Then boom, 50 Cent came out of nowhere, posting some shady cryptic messages that had people side-eyeing Busta hard. People started reading between the lines and wondering what 50 really knows. Now here's where it gets even messier. A bunch of men are stepping forward, each with their own story. They're saying Busta allegedly made wild, uncomfortable moves and tried to convince them to come party with him in ways that didn't sit right. But let's be honest, this ain't just about preferences. The real issue is these industry dudes putting on this macho image in public while doing something totally different behind closed doors. Instead of being real, they're crossing boundaries, creeping folks out, and even getting physical with people who aren't down for that. This is turning into something way deeper than just gossip. People in the game been whispering for years about Busta moving funny, giving him side eyes and keeping quiet behind closed doors. But now, the whispers are turning into full-blown noise, and everything's spilling out into the open for the world to see. So what exactly did Orlando Brown and 50 Cent say that got folks buzzing? And did Busta really cross the line with young men in his VIP? We're about to break it all down. And let's keep it real. This ain't the first time Busta's name got tied up in something messy like this. He's been catching smoke for over a decade. Let's take it back to 2006. That year, he made headlines for going off on a male fan in public. According to the New York Post, the dude simply tapped Busta on the shoulder to show some love and say congrats on his comeback. But instead of accepting the praise, Busta went from 0 to 100 fast. Witnesses say Busta snapped, started yelling at the fan, and threw out a homophobic slur in front of everybody. And it didn't stop there. Right after, he allegedly turned to his bodyguard and said, "I hate effing F-word men." That moment right there had people shook, and it exposed something way deeper than just a random outburst. But wait, it gets even messier. Fast forward to 2007, when Busta got asked about homophobia in hip-hop. People were hoping he'd try to clean things up, but instead, the vibe he gave off made things even worse. Now that all this old dirt is coming back up, people are looking at the recent drama in a whole new light. Busta Rhymes didn't just clap back at that fan. He went off the rails. Right after the outburst, he allegedly turned to his bodyguard and said, "I hate effing F-word men."
I never heard of him. Model dude, like a model guy. He be doing like some rapping and stuff. His name Don Benjamin. I'm out with Don Benjamin, and the club we ended up going to, Busta Rhymes in there. Well, I knew about this like in 2012. I knew about this in 2012.
Yeah, he really said that. Wild, right? And if you think that was bad, let's rewind to 2007 when Busta got hit with questions about homophobia in hip-hop. He didn't even try to play it safe. He let it be known loud and clear. Because of what he represents culturally, he said he doesn't support homosexuality at all. Reporters tried to press him, asking if the rap game would ever accept an openly gay artist. And instead of answering, Busta just stood up and walked right out of the interview like he had nothing else to say. But now, years later, the whole convo has flipped on its head. Folks are starting to question, was Busta projecting the whole time? Has he been hiding his own truth while lashing out at others? Because here's the thing. This ain't really about who he might be into. That's his personal life. The real issue is what people are calling out as self-hate, anger, and the alleged abuse behind the scenes. There's been talk that Busta's put hands on women and some of his former male employees. That's where things start getting real messy. That kind of behavior don't match the tough guy image he's pushing in public. And if we take it back to the early 2000s, people were already whispering about Busta's preferences. But guess who had the guts to say it out loud? Wendy Williams. She wasn't just throwing shade. She straight up said Busta was living what she called the homo thug lifestyle. She said it with her chest, and people have never forgotten it. Word on the street is Wendy Williams had a whole hit list back in the day. A list of rappers she claimed were secretly living double lives, and she did not hold back. She'd have callers phoning into her show, dropping all kinds of scandalous tea about their alleged run-ins with big names in the game. And guess who was supposedly on that list? Yup, Busta Rhymes. One caller came through with a story so wild, it had people stuck. He claimed Busta punched him in the face right after he got down on his knees for him. Yeah, you read that right. And it didn't stop there. The caller also said that after it happened, Busta personally told him to stay quiet. Like hush-hush level secrecy. Even crazier, the whole thing allegedly went down at a popular NYC club, a spot known in certain circles as a low-key hangout for rappers seeking discreet hookups with gay men. The kind of place where nothing was supposed to leave the room. But clearly, not everything stayed buried. And here's the kicker. Busta allegedly moved fast behind the scenes to wipe that audio from the internet. But Wendy's Day One fans? Oh, they remember. That episode left a mark and people have been side-eyeing ever since. And let's not pretend Busta was the only one she came for. Wendy was out here dragging Diddy into the mess too. She was one of the first to say Diddy might be on the down low. And unlike others who just tossed out rumors, she came with what she claimed were receipts. The real bombshell? Word is, Diddy found out Wendy had a photo of him with another man. And he wasn't about to let that slide. Allegedly, Diddy wasn't playing around when Wendy Williams started airing out his secrets. Word is, he used his heavyweight power in the industry to get her fired from Hot 97, straight up pushed her out of New York and forced her to rebuild her whole career in Philly. And if you think that's just a messy rumor, Jaguar Wright came out recently and confirmed it. She said Wendy was the first to pull the curtain back on Diddy and his so-called homo thug circle in the music biz.
If Busta ever try to front on me, hit you with no delay, so what you saying, yo? Silly with that 9 milli, what the deal, yo? Yeah, I do his better than him. He better not play with me. I will and perform Busta Rhymes' show. Cause look, man, if they try to say that if you ever thought that the Busta Rhymes was better than me, you crazy.
Now here's where things with Busta and Diddy get real interesting. People are saying that's how their bond even started, off those shared secrets. Rumors been floating that they didn't just hang out. Some even claim they were passing around the same young dudes behind the scenes. And now that Diddy's knee-deep in a federal investigation, suddenly Busta's ghosting him like they were never tight. But let's not act brand new. These two were thick for years. Go all the way back to the 90s. Busta was right there, posted up with Diddy, J-Lo, Aaliyah, Hype Williams, basically the entire industry inner circle. And it wasn't just industry parties. Busta and Diddy were snapped side by side with Jay-Z, laughing it up like family. But take a real close look at those old photos. Folks swear Diddy was eyeing Busta like he was a whole meal. No lie. And get this, Busta was still bigging up Diddy as late as September 2023, just weeks before Cassie's lawsuit blew everything sky high. That timing alone got people raising eyebrows. Now let's circle back to Jaguar Wright, because she kept it too real. She said Wendy risked it all to call out these so-called homo thugs before anybody had the nerve to speak up. And now, everything she warned about is surfacing years later. See, Wendy wasn't calling them homo thugs just because of their alleged lifestyle or being on the down low. It went way deeper than that. She was talking about the violence, the intimidation, and how these industry dudes would go all out to shut people up. Anyone who even thought about exposing them, they got handled, fast. And let's keep it 100. Both Diddy and Busta Rhymes got a long track record of putting hands on folks. And we're not just talking about beef with other celebs. Nah, it's regular people too. Women and men. Usually folks they know ain't gonna fight back. When it comes to Busta, his legal history is a mess. Go all the way back to 2006. He allegedly put hands on a man just for spitting on his car. That's wild enough, but it didn't stop there. Later that same year, prosecutors came for him again, this time with a whole weapons case. According to Billboard, they said Busta had a machete just chilling in his vehicle like it was no big deal. Then in 2007, things got even messier. Busta got arrested and hit with a misdemeanor after allegedly roughing up his ex-driver over a money dispute. And he didn't fight it in court. He pleaded guilty to both those cases and ended up with 3 years of probation. That's not just bad luck, that's a pattern. But just when people thought maybe he'd calm down, boom, 2009 happened. The New York Post came through with the tea. A fan said Busta snapped on him, not just tossing water bottles, but allegedly having his bodyguard punch the man in the face. And for what?
And I'm walking across the street and Busta Rhymes just grabbed my hand. And he holding my hand. Now I ain't know it was Busta at first. You know, Busta Rhymes tall. I'm sure I came up to about right here. So the first thing I noticed was this big ass flip mode chain that was blinding me.
Just cause the dude was trying to leave Busta's concert early. Busta ended up having to pay out $75,000 to settle it. This ain't just about secrets. It's about power, control, and straight up bullying anyone who steps out of line. According to the fan, he didn't even show up for Busta. He came to see Fabulous. But since Fab never hit the stage, the dude figured he'd head out once Busta finished his set. Simple, right? Well, not to Busta. Word is, Busta told the man to sit his butt back down. And when he didn't, Busta snapped. The fan says he got hit with 1 water bottle, then 2 more, and next thing he knew, Busta's bodyguard came out of nowhere and socked him in the face. Crazy, right? So when folks say Busta and Diddy were real close for years, it kind of makes sense. It wasn't just about fame. They allegedly had some real dark similarities. Aside from those hot tempers, rumor is they shared another twisted interest. Much younger men. And if you ask Busta's former bodyguard, Big Homie CC, he ain't holding back anything. When Big Homie CC sat down with the art of dialogue, the internet lost it. He straight up called Busta a super zest monster. and started spilling all kinds of wild claims about what he says Busta was doing with young men behind closed doors. And according to him, this wasn't new. It was an open secret in the industry for years. Big Homie CC said everybody on the inside already knew what time it was, especially the club promoters. Allegedly, when Busta pulled up to an event, the promoters had one job: line up some young, fresh dudes and make sure they ended up in his VIP section. Supposedly, that was the only way to keep Busta satisfied for the night. These weren't just one-off rumors. The way Big Homie CC tells it, this was routine. Something that had been going on for years, with everyone looking the other way. Then, Big Homie CC dropped a story that had everybody talking. He said one wild night stood out, the kind you don't forget. He was at the club with actor and model Don Benjamin, plus one of Don's boys, who just happened to be gay. The second Busta laid eyes on the dude, it was go time. Big Homie says Busta damn near lunged at the guy, pulled him right into his VIP section like he already claimed him, and made sure he wasn't leaving. Big Homie broke it all the way down, said Busta was glued to the guy, barely letting him out of arm's reach. Real possessive energy. But the craziest part? This wasn't a one-time thing. Nah. According to Big Homie, this was standard procedure. Every time Busta hit the club, the unspoken rule was clear. Find the finest man in the room and escort him straight to Busta's section.
They call them fun boys. They'll say, we gotta have some fun boys in the section for Busta.
What about Busta Rhymes? I've definitely seen quite a few people not too happy about your story about Busta Rhymes.
Well, ain't nobody saying nothing to me.
Like clockwork. And Big Homie wasn't just guessing. He said he heard Busta say it himself. Called the guy cute, right out loud. Once he had him in the section, he made sure nobody else got a chance to get near. Big Homie said he's been hip to Busta's ways for over a decade. And when folks ask why nobody ever said anything, he kept it real. They wanted in. Everyone wanted to be close to the fame, the perks, the money, even if it meant looking the other way. But that ain't even scratching the surface. Big Homie also touched on something way deeper. Busta's alleged issues